sector, academia, civil society, or the international development community, your input matters deeply to us. I therefore look forward to fruitful deliberations today, and I trust that this will mark the beginning or strengthening of a lasting engagement between NITA and all of you as key actors in Ghana's digital future. Once again, welcome and thank you for honoring our invitation. Thank you.
Please, I think we can do better for him. Yes. So a very, very succinct opening remark. Key word is collaboration, and that's why we are here. So we don't want to do anything to impose, but we want to ensure that we collaborate with everyone and as much as possible, not stifle innovation. Thank you very much, DG. Moving on to the next, we are going to be having a presentation on NITA's legal mandates. I'm sure the slides are ready. And while they set that up, please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Marian Afram-Pokwa, who is the head of legal at NITA.
Good morning once again, everybody. My name is Marianne. So I will be taking you through this presentation. The presentation basically is going to cover the legal mandates of NITA as captured in Act 771 and 772. I'll also take you through some few challenges, and then I'll take you through the future of NITA's regulations. Could you please? Okay, as by way of introduction, these are some few reasons why regulations matter. So, data protection concerns, national security, economic growth, consumer protection, ensuring that consumers have access to reliable and quality ICT services, and reducing the risk of ICT systems, competition and innovation. Now, a brief background and overview. NITA was established by the NITA Act 771 to regulate the provision of ICT and to promote standards of efficiency and high quality service. So we know that both the private and public sector ICT fall within the regulatory scope of NITA. And the key verticals of NITA include the ICT vendors and service providers, commercial data centers, we'll continue soon. Commercial cloud, e-commerce, public sector ICT, and public key infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the various regulatory functions of NITA per 771 and 772 can be categorized into these three focus areas. So that's ICT innovation and policy development, administrative and quasi-judicial functions, consumer protection, regulatory standards, and compliance. So I'll take you through in the next slides where all these fall under our functions. Yes. So the agency performs its regulatory mandate through Act 771, 2008, and then the ETA 772. In principle, we know that the ETAs are acts because we are the custodians of the ETA. So Section 3 of the 771, it outlines the functions of NITA. I don't want to labor you and go through all of it, But then you see that it says that NITA would perform the functions of a certifying agency established under the Electronic Transactions Act. Even though the certifying agency as it stands has not been set up, we still, by this mandate, can perform the functions. And so we know that the PKI services have been rolled out. We implement and monitor the National Communications Technology Policy. This is an aspect of the policy development which I spoke about. Issuing license, this falls under standards. Implement and enforce the provisions of ETA 772 and the regulations made under the Act. Now, resolving matters that involve domain name, this comes under our quasi-judicial and administrative functions. Next slide. Yes, maintaining registers, this also falls under standards. That's basically what standard certification, monitoring, and compliance will be doing or are doing. And then investigation of complaints, carrying out complaints, issuing and publishing on our websites. This has more to do with consumer protection. And then we also obtain from persons necessary information for the performance of our functions. I believe what we are doing here today ties into this particular function or this particular section. So we are also mandated to carry out investigations, determine complaints involving anti-competitive, price fixing, and unfair trade practices by persons under the ATA. This also falls under consumer protection and the maintaining of high standards and quality service. Yes, so in ensuring all these, I would like to have you know that NITA has these certifications. So we are ISO 27001 certified, that's Information Security Management Systems. The Business Continuity Management Systems, that's ISO 2000. And Information Technology Service Management System. All these other functions fall under consumer protection. Taking into consideration the opinions of consumers and members of the public, this ties into universal service and universal access, and all these tie into consumer protection and our efforts to bridge the digital divide. Okay, so quickly, we'll go into the offenses under the Act. So for the NITA Act 771, there's only one section that clearly defines an offense, and this offense is in relation to declaration in application of registration of licenses and damage of registers. However, the agency is working on a comprehensive legislation to roll out more offenses. Similarly, under the ETA, there are some stated offenses in sections 107 to 137. Most of them are cyber offenses, but largely these offenses have prosecutorial powers which are conferred to the police, which means that NITA is not directly the one prosecuting people who breach these offenses or who commit these offenses. The sanctions in both acts for the operations of NITA as a regulator is limited, which is why in our new drafts bill, which we are working on, we are introducing punitive actions, fines, revocation, etc. The agency has made recommendations for appropriate sanctions as part of our proposed amendments, just like I mentioned. Next slide, please. Okay. So NITA is a custodian of the Electronic Transactions Act 772. And under this act, NITA is supposed to set up a certifying agency, which I mentioned earlier. So under this mandate, NITA is empowered to accredit persons or companies which provide online authentication services. And these functions, they include granting approvals, issuing licenses, certificates, and accreditation. This is basically where our PKI infrastructure and everything concerning PKI falls. So this is where our regulatory mandate and then most of why we are here falls. So under the ETA, we had to establish and operationalize an industry forum, a platform where industry players will come together to discuss matters of common interest pertaining to the ICT ecosystem, and which is why we are here today, because this is akin to an industry forum, or more or less one. NITA is also mandated to establish the ICT tribunal. The tribunal is an appeal forum from the dispute resolution committee established under the ETA. So under the ETA, there's supposed to be a dispute resolution committee which is set up by NITA. So the people who apply for licenses from NITA, the people who apply for domain name registration, NITA is supposed to adjudicate on some cases or some dispute resolution matters concerning people, concerning these license holders, or even between domain name registrars and license holders or individuals per se. Now, under that same dispute resolution committee, there's an appeal tribunal from the dispute resolution committee. So if, per se, you, a license holder, you submit your issue before the dispute resolution committee, and you feel like you did not get the redress, or you are not satisfied with the redress that you got from the dispute resolution committee, there's a second level where it proceeds to the appeal tribunal, where the case will be attended to. Now, section 46 to 54 of the ETA is dedicated to consumer protection in relation to electronic transactions. So basically, there are some provisions there for key information of a supplier, the information about their business, privacy policy, security procedures. These are all things that online transactions or online vendors are supposed to provide to consumers. And this ties largely into consumer protection, making sure that the consumers are safe and they are transacting business without any complications. Now, the position of Section 53 on applicability of foreign law in electronic transactions is that once goods are supplied to consumers based in Ghana, the transaction will be subject to the provisions of the ETA, whether or not there was an agreement to the contrary. Mostly, you see that when you transact online, the vendor would probably be in another jurisdiction. But once the goods that you are buying from the vendor, the consumer are here in Ghana, then regardless of whatever agreement that you signed online, the ETA will have precedence, or the provisions of the ETA will be construed into this agreement which was done online. Now, let's go to Section 54. That section also says that any electronic contract agreement where there's a clause which excludes consumer rights as provided for under 772 will be null and void. It will be of no effect. So if in transacting online, you come across an agreement, you just click, I agree, maybe without even reading the policy, and the policy sort of in the way or in its wording excludes consumer protection, then the ETA is saying that that particular clause which excludes consumer protection will be null and void. So it will be severed from the main agreement. Next slide. this is quite extensive. I'll try to make it as brief as I can. So these are some challenges. These are not all. It's just, I just picked the most important ones that I think affect our role as a regulator, as NITA. So Section 4 of the Electronic Transactions Act, this has been a matter of debate for most ICT, people who know ICT and know what's on ground and what's going on all around the world. So for Section 4 of the ETA, it has some exclusions. So you see that it excludes negotiable instruments, bill of lading, contract for sale, power of attorneys, trust and wills from electronic transactions. Essentially, it means that all these documents that I've mentioned cannot be part of electronic transactions, or you cannot have them in electronic form. Yes. So this is something that really hinders the growth of our digital economy, because we are trying to get to a place where everything is digital law. Your first option is digital law, digital by default. Now, I don't know if you know, but in 2012, there was an amendment by the Amendment Act 838 to the ETA, and then it also included G, H, and I of the Section 4. So before now, these registration documents, affidavits, statutory declarations, and gazetted documents were not part of, were excluded from electronic transactions, which meant that these documents, you could not have them in electronic form. But with that amendment, now you can have these ones in electronic form. But it still remains that the earlier ones I mentioned, negotiable instruments, bill of lading, contract for sale, we still cannot have them in electronic form. And this is very appalling, considering the fact that we are looking at globalization, we are looking at improving our digital economy. So this is one of our proposed amendments to our new act, and we hope that we are able to see it through and it passes. So electronic, so also under the ETA, I think it's Section 10, there's no provision for digital signatures. I beg to say, when you critically look at the wording, you see that there's sort of like a merger. So you do not see the difference between digital signatures and electronic signatures. This is something that I think that it should be clearly looked at, especially because we are really now PKI, and we know that PKI is a more secure form of electronic signature. So there should be clearly a distinguishable difference. Now, the Cybersecurity Act also, in 2020, when it was passed, repealed some sections of the ETA. That's sections 118 and 136. And 136 was particularly on offenses related to child pornography, among others, and it was repealed by Section 98 of the Cybersecurity Act. Notwithstanding the fact that this particular section was repealed by the Cybersecurity Act, in law, we call something saving clauses, or we call, what that essentially means is that even though it has been repealed in this act, if you were standing trial for any offense under the act, the trial still proceeds. Essentially, it is saved. So it does not matter that the law has been repealed, you still be tried. Next slide, please. So this is basically a brief overview of the future of NITA's regulations in line with our new draft bill, which is under development. We are in the process of reviewing our NITA acts, and these are some of the proposed amendments or in our first draft maybe in due course, when it passes, we'll see that these things strengthen our regulatory mandates, makes it easier for us to perform our functions better. So the 2025 bill, that's how I want to call it for now. It introduced mandatory licensing for ICT service providers. That's already done in 771, but it's quite extensive in the new bill. And then we'll also establish mandatory ICT procurement clearance for government institutions. That's also provided for in Section 771, not specifically, but I mean, it's something that's already being done, but there's more specification. We added, and we put it in better context in this new act. And then there's also, we are trying to establish an offenses regime or a sanctions regime for unlicensed operations, false certifications, and technical obstruction. Then in the ETA, I think in Section 98, we have the powers, we have some powers of inspectors. That one too has been broadened a bit. So in the ETA, the police can come to you, confiscate your ICT gadgets, and then if they feel like, if they think or have reason to suspect that you are using these gadgets to perpetrate crime, then they can confiscate them and use them for their investigation. So these powers have also been put in the bill, but with more definition and more context. Our administrative penalties too have been outlined in detail in the act, and subsequently we'll also have allies, which would put everything in perspective. So you know that when you pick the LI, you know that if you fail to register, this is the sanction that comes with it. If the ICT procurement, you do an ICT procurement without clearance, this is the sanction that comes with it. Now, we also put in there closure of premises and assets seizures authorized for breaches. This is also another way that we can enforce our regulatory mandate. And then we also introduced some regulatory sandboxes for emerging technologies and innovation. This is very right because of the emergence of AI, blockchain, and all the others. So by way of conclusion, we know that the importance of ICT stakeholder engagements cannot be overemphasized. As much as interagency or institution collaboration is crucial, private sector collaborations are equally important for digital development, investment, and innovation. We encourage you all to continually participate in these stakeholder engagements as part of our collective efforts to bridge the digital divide and to improve or advance the digital economy. I thank you all for listening to me attentively. Thank you so much. This is just a brief of what I have for you. I hope it's enough. And I hope to do more for you soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariam. Please, let's give her a huge round of applause. And she has done very well to talk about NITA's legal mandate. So next on the item, we'll allow questions. So please, note your questions down. There'll be a session for questions and a Q&A. So kindly hold on, and we'll give you the opportunity to ask your questions. Next, we are going to talk about the proposed licensing and accreditation framework. And this is going to be done by Mr. Musa Issa, the head of NITA Regulatory Department. So with a huge round of applause, please let's welcome him as we set his presentation ready. Let's do better for him, please. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. We are privileged having you here to help us shape our regulatory future. Indeed, it's going to be like a culture for us to touch base with you anytime we want to roll out any regulatory tools or actions. As already presented, the DJ highlighted exactly our direction, and then the league also emphasized on how it's going to be done. Regulatory will look at the tools that we need to roll out to have an effective enabling the ecosystem for us all. Indeed, it's going to be like coming together with the stakeholders, putting in place measures that is needed to enhance the ecosystem as well as foster innovation. You know very well that NITA exists to address challenges of ICT or the digitalization. And the challenges we know are cyber security, privacy challenges, as well as the technology itself. So as a regulator, we exist to ensure that no problems that will interfere our use of technology, our application of technology. So that's where we come in. Yes, as I said earlier, we exist to ensure that things are done right in the ecosystem, as well as enhancing our environment for us all to use technology to achieve our purposes. Slide. Yes. As a regulator, I won't go back to re-emphasize on what our mandate or our objects are. You have heard it all, and those what are some as challenges that need to be addressed. Let's go on. Yes, in regulating the environment, there are key areas of issues of impact that we want to achieve, and those impact will revolve around consumer, actors, professionals within the ecosystem. And these are what NITA exists to do best without putting in place measures or tools to ensure meaningful impact. The use of digital technology or digitalization will not be anything to write home about. So NITA exists to ensure that these things achieve positive results. Yes. And the reasons why we would like stakeholders to be part of it is that stakeholders, because we want to enable the environment, we can't sit in our offices to just churn our tools to say we are regulating the environment. We need to touch base with stakeholders. Stakeholders will help us regulate it for our mutual benefit. Without that, we will not achieve effective implementation of any technological solutions that we roll out. And what we have here is that stakeholders will have a role to play to influence policy development. They will have a role to play to help us address the challenges of the ecosystem, as well as through their participation, we are able to stay ahead of the technology advancement, as well as collaborating. We are able to harness our various dynamic capabilities to affect the development of the ecosystem, ensure that they are part of the regulatory process, and through that we are able to regulate it effectively. Yes, and the basis of collaboration must be made clear. Collaborating with various, because ICT transcends sectors. All the sectors in the economy use ICT. If you are going to regulate the environment, we regulate it to affect everybody who use technology, all the institutions. And fortunately, regulators exist to ensure that their environment is effective and is enabled. Therefore, the IT or ICT regulator should be able to collaborate with all the regulators in Ghana to ensure that the technology they are using provide the best of services that is expected of the technology. We collaborate with them to ensure that their environment is resilient to withstand that technology will face, to ensure continuity. We also collaborate with them to ensure that there's trust and confidence in the services that they produce, or complying with the requirements that is expected of them, as well as identification and mitigation of digital risks is managed appropriately. We all know what the equipment we are using, if it is not of a quality, we know what those equipment will churn out. And they tend to exacerbate the challenges with respect to what I mentioned earlier on, challenges of security and privacy, as well as even the technology. We were all here when we heard of some devices exploding in the Middle East. These are all what the existence of the regulator would do to avoid such activities to happen in Ghana. Most of the equipment we use could be cloned, could be liaised with backdoors and all those things. So it is the regulator that will ensure that we collaborate with the sector regulators so these things do not exist or do not happen. And that is where NITA we are moving towards. And the tools we are going to use to ensure that those challenges that we are likely to face do not exist we certify, we accredit institutions, we license institutions. By certification, we give entities or the stakeholders the license or the credibility that is needed to do their work. By accreditation, we also give some sort of recognition for them to undertake certain activities on behalf of NITA, as well as we license them to provide certain services to the citizens. We do this to ensure that whoever is undertaking those activities are credible, have what it takes to do that. They have the men to undertake those activities. With all these things I've mentioned, we have some sort of principles involved that will cover the 3 areas I mentioned. Those areas could be the people involved in those activities. Certification, accreditation, and licensing will cover them, as well as the entities themselves. If we do this, we are assured that, yes, whatever ICT services or solutions that we are using, they are foolproof. So the basis for us to do this is to ensure that, yes, we are using digital tools or ICT at its best. Following through this, the guiding principles are NITA shall adopt risk-based approach to regulating ICT services and supply chain with focus on high-risk areas and providers. We will also ensure that regulatory requirements are proportionate to the risk posed by the ICT service provider. We may have small ICT companies, we may have large ICT companies, they all have different risk profiles. So we are guided by some of these principles to be able to roll out these tools to regulate the environment. NITA shall ensure that regulatory requirements and expectations are clear and transparent to ICT service providers and financial institutions. These providers cut across the sectors. And what we mean by this is that whatever regulatory tools that we churn out, because they are part of us, they are part of the process as we are meeting here today, we all understand that, yes, we all have a role to play, and the basis for it is clear for us to follow. NITA shall hold ICT service providers and sector institutions accountable for their actions and compliance with regulatory requirements. Through the processes, we make our stakeholders to understand that we all have a role to play, and their role is to ensure that whatever we are providing meets the requirement. If there's any challenges as a result of our stakeholders not performing their role, they will be held accountable, as well as the institutions themselves. For instance, Ghana Health Service or maybe AGRIC, they are using digital tools to undertake their activities. They have a role to play in ensuring that the challenges of RCT do not exist. If they fail to do that, the regulator will hold them responsible in one way or the other. Yes. We also make the sectorial institutions and then the provider to understand that, to be transparent and in their dealings providing clear and timely information to stakeholders. Sectorial institutions and ICT service providers must be accountable for their actions, ensuring that they take responsibilities for any error or omission. They should also identify, assess, mitigate risks associated with ICT services. The regulator would, from time to time, churn out requirements and guidelines to be able to implement these things that we are mentioning. ICT services must be designed and implemented with security in mind, ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data. So these are all what we expect stakeholders to do. However, we will be in constant touch with them to be able to implement these things appropriately. Yes. The requirements for service providers or third-party service providers. All ICT services must be registered with NITA before providing services to sector institutions. ICT service providers must comply with relevant laws, regulations, and industry standards. These are some of the requirements that NITA will go through to be able to certify, accredit, register, or license our stakeholders to provide services that they are into. ICT services must implement effective risk management practices to identify, assess, and mitigate risk. ICT service provider must implement robust security measures to protect data and systems. Going through the processes, we'll be able to discuss with our stakeholders for them to understand the requirements involved in providing those services as well. ICT service provider must report security incidents and compliance breaches to NITA and sector institutions. These are going to be requirements that will turn out. And to undertake this accreditation, certification, licensing, we are going to structure it in layers. This type of regulatory tools is to enhance, enable the environment for all, also to foster innovations, because not all stakeholders are the same. We must put them in tiers, and their risk profile also demands that we do that. So we'll start with the basic ICT. Tier 1 will be the basic ICT services providers, the SMEs, then the intermediate service providers, say network management. And in this intermediate, we will have some level of layered that will give, and it's going to be based on maybe annual turnover to be able to identify, enable to enhance the small ones who are within that to also grow. We'll also have advanced, these are the requirements, and then the definitions. We'll put all onto our website so that our stakeholders will know exactly who is at advanced services tier 3, who is at tier 4, as well as who is tier 5. Everything will be clear. And then through the assessment, you will know that, yes, you belong to this tier, you belong to that tier. That's why we are going to roll out. Eligibility criteria is basically valid certificate of incorporation or business registration, tax, your 10 tax compliance proof, companies profile detailing ICT services, the type of ICT service or product that they are providing, the list of technical staff with qualifications and certifications to be able to assess their capability of providing those services, their history of engagement in ICT projects, and then compliance of local data protection, cyber security laws. Basically, these are some of the requirements that we need from them. How to ensure that, yes, standards are followed. We have, indeed, the initial assessment will be verifying your documents and references. We'll do compliance checks against the laws and standards and guidelines. We do periodic auditing and refresher training. This refresher training means if there's anything new in the environment, regulatory environment, we get the stakeholders together, we take them through, and they also share with us what they think the process will be. And we do evaluation of their business continuity readiness, disaster security, management profiling, and all those things to be able to enhance our regulatory capabilities. Yes. In all these things, we will also expect some sort of signing of code of conduct. We have the template, we'll roll it out onto our website for our stakeholders to look at it, and to uphold professional ethics, comply with ICT standards, and then report conflict of interest and unethical practices. These are things that we expect to identify those who will not comply or who are not ready to comply. And if we see that, we will know that, yes, indeed, they are not well certifying or registering. We have a lot of challenges coming from this, and we've been in the existence for a very long time. We have had interaction with institutions, and we know how effective, if we want to regulate the environment, what to do and what not to do. With respect to the public service, we know we have a huge challenge of ensuring that things are done right. We have churned out a number of standards that indeed will help us ensure that we do our part, and then our stakeholders also do their part. All these things will be put on our website, and the new ones that we are trying to roll out will also be on our website as well. Yes. Registration fee enforcement and sanctions. Yes. There will be a registration fee. What is registration fee, licensing fee, accreditation fee, and certification fee are all by law. And when the schedule is passed by Parliament, that is what we'll roll out. And to arrive at that, I think stakeholder engagement will also be made to be able to understand that, yes, this is the regulation, part of the regulatory tools that NITA is rolling out. NITA shall take enforcement actions against ICT service providers and sectoral institutions that fail to comply with regulatory requirements. As mentioned by our legal team, is going to be by law, and we wouldn't always use the law, but engagements like this will arrive at a consensus as to what the best way to go through. It's only when we fail in that activity that we rely on the law. NITA shall impose sanctions on ICT service providers and sectoral institutions that fail to comply with regulatory requirement. I say sectoral institutions because there are a lot of sector-based ICT or sector-based digital implementations. We will have digital health, we will have agri-tech, we will have digital tools used in the trade facilitation environment. All these will come under the regulatory mandate of NITA. We have a lot to enhance the environment. You heard of PKI, and this solution, you can't do anything digital without any offshoot of a PKI. And when NITA is regulating the environment, these two come in handy to facilitate and enhance the environment. Yes, there's a benefit to abiding by any regulatory actions. Government projects, for instance, our stakeholders will have the ability to also be part of providing solutions to government. By complying with NITA's regulatory tools, we are rest assured that there will be trust in the environment, and this trust is key as we go through digital services, enjoying digital services. We need to have some trust. Without trust, people will shy away from using digital technology, and NITA urges to enhance that activity. Professional growth. Yes, we deal with people, and the IT environment is very broad, and NITA is able to enhance various segments of that professional growth. We are going to deal with important stakeholders in this area, and I think we have had interaction with them. Institute of Professionals are there who are partners, and our regulatory actions and tools are churned out in such a way that we are able to be effective in our professional development growth. Above all, the stakeholders are comfortable because they won't fall foul to the law, and the regulator will not harass them, so to speak. So these are some of the benefits that we expect our regulators to enjoy when they comply with regulatory actions and tools. Yes, indeed. We expect that we'll continue to engage, our stakeholders will engage with us for support and for clarifications in any action that we take or intend to take. They could also submit comments and then recommendations, and we are obliged to respond to that. Those comments or recommendations that we will not take it, we will write to them to give reasons why we are taking it or we are not taking it. We want to enhance collaboration, and when you are enhancing collaboration, these are some of the steps you take. And with you, we hope we'll be able to regulate the environment democratically, if I may say so. Feedback gathered will be analyzed and incorporated into a report which we'll share with our stakeholders. Stakeholders will receive update on how they are contributions have shaped the outcome of our regulatory activities. By this, thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. Please, let's do better for him. Yes. So just to run over what we've discussed so far, I mean, we've had the DG have the opening remark, and he said this is not just a formality. Okay, so I want all of you to understand that this is very important. Then we had Lawyer Marian take us through our legal mandate. So now you all understand that what we are doing is backed legally. And then we've had Mr. Musa also discuss or share with you what we intend to do with the certification, accreditation, and the licensing, okay? I'm sure we have a lot of questions to ask, but like I'm saying, we'll have a session where we'll allow you to share or ask your questions, all right? Once more, please let's give a round of applause. Next, thank you very much. So we'll be having a group photo right after this, then we'll go out for a coffee break. I'm sure you have all received your food coupons. Please hold on tight to those coupons. And then have a panel discussion to further discuss the certification, licensing, and accreditation that NITA intends to do. And then from there, we'll also have the breakout session like I talked about, where we are going to break into various groups to share ideas and answer a few questions around these three areas. And like we are saying, since we are all stakeholders and it's very relevant, we need your questions, we need your answers, and we need everything from you to help us achieve what we have to achieve. Then we'll have presentations around the breakout sessions, have the question and answer session, closing remarks, and then we'll be done for today. I wanted us to watch a video. I don't know whether it's ready. Okay, it's not. So we'll have that video after our snack break. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please, let's kindly come forward and have our group photo and then get ready for our snack break. We'll allow the photographer to lead us through this session, and thank you.
NITA was established as an act of parliament in 2008 to respond to the growing need to regulate the ICT environment and to also provide digital public services from government to citizens. NITA is the agency responsible for implementing government ICT policy. And NITA exists to ensure that the people, and when we talk about the people, the users, people who develop ICTs, and then the technology itself, hardware, software, networks, data centers, and procedures. These are all of high quality standards, and they serve the citizens' interest. And also, we exist to ensure that data systems that are being adopted are resilient, and to ensure also that there's inclusivity. In order to meet our objectives, we have a number of units and departments that helps us as a regulator. So we have the regulatory, we have the planning and research, we have the legal, we have the technical services, and we also have the general finance and administration. Currently, we have about 120 employees playing different roles in different departments in NITA. NITA is the engine for Ghana's digital transformation journey. As a regulator, we are to ensure that Ghana's digitalization or digital transformation agenda is realized. We coordinate all digital activities, digital programs across government institutions, and also ensure that we help government deliver public services through digital means. We want every public institution to have a digital first agenda. For every service we want to provide, the first option is to choose digital. And our mandate is to coordinate and enable all these MDAs and MMDAs to be able to adopt digital technology, and also to encourage the private sector, enable the private sector to also invest in ICTs to advance our overall digital transformation agenda. When people have trust in digital systems, it enables or encourages them to adopt digital means for their activities. Our ICT is ubiquitous, so as a regulator, we exist to ensure that the providers are meeting the standards that we set for them, they are complying with the standards that we set for them, and that the systems that they are providing are resilient. We have the best of competent workforce to ensure that they develop the appropriate standards, they develop the appropriate regulations to guide digital transactions and our digital transformation agenda. And at NITA, we are ready to ensure that we drive public service in an efficient and convenient manner, and that we will protect also citizens who are consumers of digital goods and services, give them the comfort and assurance that whatever they want to do digitally, government is ready to provide digital services that they can trust in. I call on you, all our partners, ICT practitioners, vendors, all stakeholders, academia, to join us on this interesting journey of digital transformation. Thank you. NITA was established as an act of parliament in 2008 to respond to the growing need to regulate the ICT environment and to also provide digital public services from government to citizens. NITA is the agency responsible for implementing government ICT policy. And NITA exists to ensure that the people, and when we talk about the people, the users, people who develop ICTs, and then the technology itself, hardware, software, networks, data centers, and procedures. These are all of high quality standards, and they serve the citizens' interest. And also, we exist to ensure that data systems that are being adopted are resilient, and to ensure also that there's inclusivity. In order to meet our objectives, we have a number of units and departments that helps us as a regulator. So we have the regulatory, we have the planning and research, we have the legal, we have the technical services, and we also have the general finance and administration. Currently, we have about 120 employees playing different roles in different departments in NITA. NITA is the engine for Ghana's digital transformation journey. As a regulator, we are to ensure that Ghana's digitalization or digital transformation agenda is realized. We coordinate all digital activities, digital programs across government institutions, and also ensure that we help government deliver public services through digital means. We want every public institution to have a digital first agenda. For every service we want to provide, the first option is to choose digital. And our mandate is to coordinate and enable all these MDAs and MMDAs to be able to adopt digital technology, and also to encourage the private sector, enable the private sector to also invest in ICTs to advance our overall digital transformation agenda. When people have trust in digital systems, it enables or encourages them to adopt digital means for their activities. Now, ICT is ubiquitous, so as a regulator, we exist to ensure that the providers are meeting the standards that we set for them, they are complying with the standards that we set for them, and that the systems that they are providing are resilient. We have the best of competent workforce to ensure that they develop the appropriate standards, they develop the appropriate regulations to guide digital transactions and our digital transformation agenda. And at NITA, we are ready to ensure that we drive public service in an efficient and convenient manner, and that we will protect also citizens who are consumers of digital goods and services, give them the comfort and assurance that whatever they want to do digitally, government is ready to provide digital services that they can trust in. I call on you, all our partners, ICT practitioners, vendors, all stakeholders, academia, to join us on this interesting journey of digital transformation. Thank you. NITA was established as an act of parliament in 2008 to respond to the growing need to regulate the ICT environment and to also provide digital public services from government to citizens. NITA is the agency responsible for implementing government ICT policy. And NITA exists to ensure that the people, and when we talk about the people, the users, people who develop ICTs, and then the technology itself, hardware, software, networks, data centers, and procedures. These are all of high quality standards, and they serve the citizens' interests. And also, we exist to ensure that digital systems that are being adopted are resilient, and to ensure also that there's inclusivity. In order to meet our objectives, we have a number of units and departments that helps us as a regulator. So we have the regulatory, we have the planning and research, we have the legal, we have the technical services, and we also have the general finance and administration. Currently, we have about 120 employees playing different roles in different departments in NITA. NITA is the engine for Ghana's digital transformation journey. As a regulator, we are to ensure that Ghana's digitalization or digital transformation agenda is realized. We coordinate all digital activities, digital programs across government institutions, and also ensure that we help government deliver public services through digital means. We want every public institution to have a digital first agenda. For every service we want to provide, the first option is to choose digital. And our mandate is to coordinate and enable all these MDAs and MMDAs to be able to adopt digital technology, and also to encourage the private sector, enable the private sector to also invest in ICTs to advance our overall digital transformation agenda. When people have trust in digital systems, it enables or encourages them to adopt digital means for their activities. Now, ICT is ubiquitous, so as a regulator, we exist to ensure that the providers are meeting the standards that we set for them, they are complying with the standards that we set for them, and that the systems that they are providing are resilient. We have the best of competent workforce to ensure that they develop the appropriate standards, they develop the appropriate regulations to guide digital transactions and our digital transformation agenda. And at NITA, we are ready to ensure that we drive public service in an efficient and convenient manner, and that we will protect also citizens who are consumers of digital goods and services, give them the comfort and assurance that whatever they want to do digitally, government is ready to provide digital services that they can trust in. I call on you, all our partners, ICT practitioners, vendors, all stakeholders, academia, to join us on this interesting journey of digital transformation. Thank you. NITA was established as an act of parliament in 2008 to respond to the growing need to regulate the ICT environment and to also provide the better public services from government to citizens. NITA is the agency responsible for implementing government ICT policy. And NITA exists to ensure that the people, and when we talk about the people, the users, people who develop ICTs, and then the technology itself, hardware, software, networks, data centers, and procedures.
And then I think I can move on. Okay, so next is our panel discussion. But before we do the panel discussion, I just want us to watch a video about NITA so that we can follow the conversation that we are having, okay? So if the team is ready, we can just quickly start the video for everyone to take a look. I mean, it's a bit dark, but I think we can manage it.
NITA was established as an act of parliament in 2008 to respond to the growing need to regulate the ICT environment and to also provide the better public services from government to citizens. NITA is the agency responsible for implementing government ICT policy. And NITA exists to ensure that the people, and when we talk about the people, the users, people who develop ICTs, and then the technology itself, hardware, software, networks, data centers, and procedures. These are all of high quality standards, and they serve the citizens' interest. And also, we exist to ensure that data systems that are being adopted are resilient, and to ensure also that there's inclusivity. In order to meet our objectives, we have a number of units and departments that helps us as a regulator. So we have the regulatory, we have the planning and research, we have the legal, we have the technical services, and we also have the general finance and administration. Currently, we have about 120 employees playing different roles in different departments in NITA. NITA is the engine for Ghana's digital transformation journey. As a regulator, we are to ensure that Ghana's digitalization or digital transformation agenda is realized. We coordinate all digital activities, digital programs across government institutions, and also ensure that we help government deliver public services through digital means. We want every public institution to have a digital first agenda. For every service we want to provide, the first option is to choose digital. And our mandate is to coordinate and enable all these MDAs and MMDAs to be able to adopt digital technology, and also to encourage the private sector, enable the private sector to also invest in ICTs to advance our overall digital transformation agenda. When people have trust in digital systems, it enables or encourages them to adopt digital means for their activities. Our ICT is ubiquitous, so as a regulator, we exist to ensure that the providers are meeting the standards that we set for them, they are complying with the standards that we set for them, and that the systems that they are providing are resilient. We have the best of competent workforce to ensure that they develop the appropriate standards, they develop the appropriate regulations to guide digital transactions and our digital transformation agenda. And at NITA, we are ready to ensure that we drive public service in an efficient and convenient manner, and that we will protect also citizens who are consumers of digital goods and services, give them the comfort and assurance that whatever they want to do digitally, government is ready to provide digital services that they can trust in. I call on you, all our partners, ICT practitioners, vendors, all stakeholders, academia, to join us on this interesting journey of digital transformation. Thank you.
She's going to introduce the panel as she takes over. Florence?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from the snack break. And welcome to you all, our distinguished guests. We are so honored to have you with us today. As we have this engagement, we hope that it will lead us to where we all desire to be, a safer digital economy. As we transact our businesses or our daily lives digitally, we will do that without any anxiety or fear. By way of introduction, my name is Florence Ajayao, and my duty here this afternoon is to facilitate an informative, educational, and persuasive discussion that will prepare us for the digital economy that we all deserve. Today's discussion is going to be around three themes The first is enhancing the framework for certifying ICT products and services. Second will be developing robust accreditation for ICT companies and services. And lastly, streamlining licensing for ICT companies and services. Before we go into the discussion, we will just have to set some ground rules, because after the discussion, we'll be having our Q&A. We have a total of 1 hour to do this, 45 minutes for the discussion and 15 minutes for questions and answers. Please, if you are given the opportunity to ask questions, please state your name, your organization, and go straight to the question so that we can give other people the opportunity to ask as well. Then we can close on time. Without taking much time, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists for today. Thank you, the planners of this event, for selecting such a competent team of people or men who will be leading the discussion this afternoon. First on my list is Mr. Emmanuel Gadasu. Can you please give him a round of applause as he makes his way up here? We have the Director of Regulations with NITA, Mr. Issa Musa. Can you please give him a round of applause? Last but not the least, Lawyer Kujo. A round of applause, please. I strongly believe by the end of this, thank you. By the end of this discussion, we will all be well-informed, well-educated, persuaded to join in creating a safer, robust, and inclusive digital economy. Thank you very much, and join me as we lead into the discussion. Good afternoon once again, and thank you for honoring the invitation to be part of this panel discussion. Before we go in 5 sentences, can you please introduce yourself, starting from my immediate right?
Okay. I'm Emmanuel Gadasu, the CEO of JIT Plus Limited. Thank you.
Director, Regulatory NITA.
I'm Raymond Kojo, ICT legal consultant with Consul General.
Thank you very much for the introduction. We'll go straight into the discussion. We've been talking about regulating ICT, and I'm sure a lot of people will be wondering, is there a need to regulate the ICT ecosystem? Mr. Musa, can you please start this discussion for us? Is there a need to regulate the ICT ecosystem?
Yes, there's a need to regulate the ICT ecosystem. As you bear with me, we have a number of regulators regulating various aspects of our economy. The reason is that those regulators are there to enhance the growth of that sector. And equally so is the ICT regulator. Wait until there's a problem or an issue in that environment, then you hear them, where is the regulator, where is the regulator? So having an ICT regulator is appropriate and apt for the ICT regulator to contribute to the growth of the ICT ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. From a business perspective, or as a service provider, Mr. Gadasu, do you believe there is a need for the ICT sector to be regulated? And if so, how will this benefit a service provider or a professional?
Okay, absolutely. I think there's the need for the sector to be regulated. Number one, it will provide some form of protection for the consumers of our services. Then also, it will introduce some form of professionalism and ethical standards among the service providers. In that, it will ensure we all go by the same standards, going by the various regulations that are available, so that we can all meet those standards, so that to become a level playing field for all the sector players or the entire ecosystem. Also, it will provide a stage for growth, because every sector needs to grow, and like we are all aware, or as we may be aware, ICT or IT-related things are changing every day on daily basis. So a regulation would ensure we all meet up that standard to upgrade ourselves as we try to provide services to the citizens of the country. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Lawyer Kujo, what's your take on this subject?
Yes, I believe that it is important to have regulation in a legal framework. The thing about legal frameworks is that you don't have an option of non-compliance. If you are non-compliant, there are sanctions which attend to that conduct. Now, the regulation within the context of ICT ensures that the critical aspects without which the sector cannot function in a disciplined and a structured way are provided, and compliance is required. Now, within the context of regulation, you also have the issue of how to regulate, because some regulation may be formal, some may be industry-led, and some may be, because you have emerging technologies, you also have to have a regulation posture in relation to new technology, because technology is always fluid, never standing. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been established that there is a need for regulation in the sector. I think all players have admitted that to that point, because we have the regulator, we have a private sector player, and a legal person who are all attesting to the fact that regulation is necessary, which will lead to growth in the industry, compliance, and it will establish a fair playing field for all stakeholders in the field. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the discussion. The first thematic area is enhancing frameworks for certifying ICT products and services. How can NITA, as a regulator, ensure that certification frameworks are relevant, both locally and globally? Mr. Musa, can you start this discussion again, since you are coming from the regulator?
Why do we regulate? Why? We must understand the reason why we are regulating. We are regulating to ensure that the right things are done within that ecosystem. So to do that, you need to churn out measures and tools that will enhance the regulatory environment. And if your questions, I understand your questions very well, to come out with those frameworks, we need to get enough information. And we'll get information from our legal documents, our act. We'll get information from industry players. We get information from users of technology. And then it's through this information that we put it into frameworks subject for implementation or use. And the reason why we are here is part of how to enhance the applications and implementation of these frameworks that we are churning out. Getting information and putting together for stakeholders to apply is key to ensure that whatever regulatory objectives that we have succeed, we must bring people together. And as I said earlier on, we must see it as part of our culture. Since technology is dynamic, such interaction becomes a norm. Thank you.
Mr. Musa, if you can go a bit deeper on the response, how would we ensure that after getting this information from the stakeholders and putting together the framework, it becomes globally acceptable? Like, it's something that when you take outside the borders of Ghana, said, I'm a certified systems integrator from Ghana to a different country, a neighboring country, it has value. Like, how do we get to that point? How would NITA get to that point with the information that we've gathered from maybe such consultations?
Indeed, the regulator is not an island. We use best practice framework to achieve our purpose. Whatever information that we look out for, we have certain requirements and boundaries that we use. And these requirements are global best practice. And whatever the regulator in Ghana does with respect to ICT, a regulator in Nigeria also sees through that. So it's like some sort of interoperability kind of regime that we will look out for as a regulator. So if we pass you in Ghana here and you put the same metrics in Nigeria, you'll be passed. So that is why we use best practice approach to regulations or churning out our regulatory tool. And that is why I said the stakeholders are key in this regard. The regulator will only lead them to fall in line with respect to global best practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gadasu, from a practitioner's point of view, what would you expect the regulator to put in place to make you confident that as I'm certified by NITA, I'll be globally acceptable? What would you look out for? What are your expectations?
Okay. So there are global standards by which the business community will look at. So for example, with what NITA will introduce, will it align with global standards like, for example, ISO? Will it align with the American system? Will it align even among our peers in Africa? So those standards, once it is set and our criteria can meet those world-acknowledged standards, then it should be acceptable. So the main thing is that, yes, NITA would want to come up with certain certification, but how does this align with the global standards, international best practices that we are looking at? So that at the end of the day, we wouldn't come up with something that, when compared with the standard we are looking at, it will be deemed as substandard. Maybe the requirements are so low, the expectations, the guidelines, the rules operating in the frameworks that we are bringing, it should be at par with the internationally acceptable ones. So that at the end of the day, if you match it one-on-one and you compare the criteria, the necessities all around it, you could see that we have met, or the NITA's framework or regulation has met those conditions. Then it will be recognized and acceptable. Because other than that, what it will mean is that NITA's will become a localized regulation which will not meet international standard. So at the end of the day, it is going to put pressure on the local institutions. You would have to meet NITA's requirements, which is not globally recognized. And beyond that, you also have to go for the international ones. But if it is at par and it is measured, we have crossed all the international requirements, then what it means is that once I am taking that certification outside the jurisdiction of Ghana, other institutions, other countries would measure it with the same measurement for these internationally acceptable ones. So to be a one fit for all, I don't need to, beyond what I acquire here in Ghana, have to do extra before I will be recognized as an organization or as an individual in this ecosystem. Yeah.
Thank you. Lawyer Kujo, your input, please.
Yeah, first, want to understand the nature of technology is that it is jurisdiction neutral. Okay? So once we understand that technology is jurisdiction neutral, and we set up regulatory frameworks which reflect jurisdiction neutral, a jurisdiction neutral approach, it will mean that our standards, which we will set, and our criteria will be such that it will be recognized across multiple jurisdictions. Now, if you do a search, we've all done different searches before Google came on board. Now, you ask yourself, what made Google search so successful when there were other search engines? You see that they were all applying different common standards, but ultimately the quality of your output and user confidence in your output is also one of the things that attracts cross-border recognition. So you see that as NITA's framework enable Ghanaian enterprises to provide services and standards which across multiple countries are recognized as value-driven, you see that a lot of the kind of opportunities for our local industries would expand, recognition would expand, trust would expand. But then the confidence must start first locally, because you see that it's your confidence in a certain certifying regime that will also propel that regime's growth. Hence, this stakeholder conversation, because as you bring in your input, NITA brings in their input, and we are all looking at it from the standpoint that this must cut across a technology-neutral ecosystem. I believe that we'll be able to get that.
Okay, so the underlying thoughts or information I gathered from this round of discussion is best practice approach from the onset. We don't have to lower the bar to say we want to fit the Ghanaian economy, but then as we are putting together, or as NITA or Ghana is putting together the regulatory framework for the ICT industry, we should be looking at global standards all across, since technology is jurisdiction neutral. I think that will put our businesses and professionals at a very competitive advantage. Okay, so we'll move to the next section, that is developing a robust accreditation for ICT companies and service providers. We will start with the service provider in this round of discussion. The first is, what are the current gaps that you believe accreditation of ICT companies and service providers could solve? Are there existing gaps that you believe that when there is accreditation, that gap could be filled? Like, there are certain shortcomings that accreditation of service providers or companies could.
All right, definitely. First of all, there is lack of trust in the service quality that we have. So people don't normally trust that Ghanaian company, what can they do? That's one of the biggest challenges you find. Even though if you match it one-on-one, you realize that the Ghanaian is even offering better services than the procured ones. Then we're also looking at inconsistency in the service, pricing. Okay, so the same service by multiple organizations, but you could see the price variations way too far. All right, then we're also looking at difficulty in consumers differentiating and acknowledging what is a quality service. Most Ghanaians will look at the pricing first, regardless of the technology underlining the quality of the people providing the services. And I will give a practical example. I work with the young people a lot. Whilst the individual is working in your office, he's also advertising his own personal services. Of course, graphic tools are no longer this, and they just create their own company and maybe something called sort, and they're also offering services. And unfortunately, in one of the scenarios, the individual engaged the person, and there was an issue about payment and other things, and now the issue has to come to me. So how would the Ghanaian, the consumer, be able to differentiate that, okay, I'm going for this particular service. They have that support, that system, to be able to provide the needed service. In case of anything, and you are dealing with a one-man company, an individual, a newbie who has just finished national service and trying to create some software, branded it, So these kind of issues come into play. So we are looking at how the regulation can help us or the consumer to be able to differentiate. So if the mechanism is provided, before I go in for a service, I contact NITA or I go to a platform created by NITA, I would know the criteria or the minimum qualification an organization needs or a professional needs before they can provide me with these services. I think that's going to be great.
Regulator, please. Do you have a take on this?
Indeed, this is where why the regulator should always be in constant touch with stakeholders. By the regulatory mandate, we regulate and ensure quality of service. We regulate and ensure standards and even provision of services. The regulator must provide regulatory actions and tools in order to achieve those things. We cannot develop tools like fit for all. The regulator needs to develop frameworks and tools to address issues according to levels, according to capacity, according to knowledge. And this is how the regulator can intervene to ensure that, yes, the right thing is that. Of course, the regulator must set out the criteria clearly accessible for all, even for users and consumers to know that this is the criteria, this is the requirement. If I want to do this or I want to access these services, how do I go by accessing it? And as well as trying to address issues of how the course will look like. Through this information, consumers are able to pitch where they want to access the service, how they want to access, even the credibility of the institution or service provider. If they are regulated by NITA, the users should be able to know, yes, if indeed they are certified by NITA, we have some comfort in assessing their service because NITA will go through a series of processes to certify that company or that stakeholder to provide the services it's producing. So I think these are all issue steps that if stakeholders or service providers go through, it will give comfort to the citizens and say, yes, we are comfortable with it. And technology is now doing a lot, especially the cyber environment. And the main issue of using that is credibility, authenticity, trust. The regulator needs to put measures in place, requirements in place for the people to identify that, yes, if it is this, then there's trust or it's authentic. So that is what NITA is into now. Thank you.
Okay. So is there a legal take on this as well?
Yes. One more time, you see that legislation is non-discretionary. It's totally mandatory and it is compelling. Now, with accreditation, what happens is this. Technology replicates the natural world within the digital space. And therefore, in the same way that we have pickpockets and phony people in the real world, we also have that in the digital space. The the legal regime which responds to accreditation issues provides that layer of comfort, assurance to third parties that anybody who is operating within this kind of framework, I can cross-check, I can validate. NITA has also done its cross-checking and its validation of that person. So that what happens is that progressively, as that ecosystem grows, you see that the charlatans begin to fall out. There will be more trust in the digital ecosystem because we are moving towards digitalization where we are moving towards a totally paperless ecosystem. Trust is fundamental. Accreditation frameworks which meet the global standards and give the assurance and trust to users is also critical. And that legal framework is what gives you that assurance that there will be no minimum deviation from that. Thank you.
Okay. So for the businesses and the professionals, what we are saying is we want trust, we want credibility, and we want fair competition. And we believe that accreditation, which NITA will be doing very soon, is going to provide all these three pillars for businesses to thrive in this ecosystem. Then this goes to NITA. NITA has a long way to go to take the word out, to let the community or the society know that this is what NITA is doing, and these are the benefits that the consumers will be gaining, or even the service providers will be gaining, if they should register with NITA and even check the credibility of the companies they deal with in their daily transactions. Okay, so we will move quickly to the next one that says, how can NITA verify and maintain the quality of accredited institutions over time? Mr. Musa, we will start that with you. As the regulator, how do you intend to maintain the quality of accredited institutions over time? Because as the word begins to go out that there is going to be accreditation, companies will be coming and be registering with NITA to go through the process. How do we maintain the standard over time? We don't take the certificate and go to sleep.
Thank you. There's always some level of obligation that goes with the licensing accreditation, and NITA look up to the stakeholder to fulfill those obligations. And it is when they fail to fulfill, then those licenses are revoked. And it will be part, the criteria will be part of the licensing process. And that is one. NITA will also do compliance or conformance activities to ascertain how the obligations have been complied with. And we do that, and that will come to bear on the renewal of your certification or your licenses. These are what NITA is up to: verify documents, will visit your premises if there's the need to do that. And we'll always be in constant touch with you if there's any information that you need from us, or things that you need us to do to ensure that, yes, you are in good stead. NITA will do that, but then we would verify it if we suspect that things are not done the way they should. And then we'll have opportunity for the public to also give us information with respect to the activities of a regulatee. Indeed, signing of code of conduct is part of the registration process, and these are all mechanisms to check the compliance of the obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. As a service provider, how would you like to be, let's say, monitored or to ensure that you are able to maintain the standards of your accreditation, that your license is not revoked at any point.
Okay. So compliance reports, either annually or quarterly, audits by the regulator to ensure that we stay in, focus. Other than that, business, if there's no regulation, it may be taken as once, let's say, certified, always certified, which is not true, because it's something that we need to always be improving on. But then, the compliance reporting, the processes that will get these things done, the audits that will get these things done in record time. There are times that with what the business community faces, you realize that, yes, the regulator is there, but it takes time. Once you have applied, you have gone through the process, the duration it will take for these things to be renewed and getting back to you is also something that must carefully be looked at. Then also, more importantly, you see, when we are a community in the ecosystem and you constantly do your part, let's say I'm in good standing all the time, but I see other institutions who are not in good standing, but yesterday they are also operating and competing with me, then that energy, that enthusiasm to get accredited the next time, I wouldn't be ready to do it because I will see of it as what? No effect. Whether you do or you don't do, you will still go through the system. So if these checks and balances can be there, so that, you see, you are listed before I apply for any government contract or even individual contract, the pre-qualification stages, those criteria should be set. So that if you are not NITA accredited, you don't even come on. For example, it will be impossible for any organization in Ghana to win any government contract if you are not GRA registered, VAT, PPA registered. So if NITAs, this also become part of the criteria, pre-qualification, even before you even start the process, all these things are checked. Then it is going to encourage the business community to also ensure that they stay in compliance. And if I also know there's criteria because of the various tiers, and I want to be able to deliver or provide a particular service, then I will also put in the effort to upgrade my business to reach or have those requirements to be able to, operate within that dimension. So if everything is categorized, I know category A, I can only maybe perform this kind of services within my organization, and I want to move to the higher one, I will be compelled to upgrade internally to promote myself to those stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an exciting submission, and it's a call on NITA to be up and doing as they move full force into regulations, because keeping abreast with status of service providers, it's a Herculean task, looking at the size of the market and how things are going to play out. Everything is now becoming digital, and making sure that all your registered service providers or professionals are maintaining their accreditation. NITA, you have a long way to go. You have a lot of work to do, and all the best in the future. Lawyer Kujo, please, do you have a take on this? Just a summary so we can move to the next section, please.
Thank you. With my fellow panelists have mentioned the issues of audits and complaints, receipt of complaints. One of the things is, you see, under the ETA, we have industry fora, okay? Now, I think that that aspect over the years has not taken the traction that it ought to take, because when you have that kind of fora taking traction, you also have industry peer pressure to also work together, and then you have sometimes the industries also formulate their code of practice, which will further enhance the ecosystem. But there's one thing, over-regulation, when you are dealing with monitoring, is something we must try and reduce, because if you don't get the balance right, you see that your sectors begin to register with other countries' sectors. So we need to have that engagement and then ensure that two things happen. We don't over-regulate the market, And then we also ensure that we have a strong inter-regulatory and inter-institution collaboration framework. Otherwise, you will discover that those who are under licensing or regulation in NITA may also be subject to multiple regulators. And then they will also be subject to compliance with multiple regulators. So as part of NITA's mandate in discharging it must also bring on board the ecosystem that deals with inter-regulatory cooperation to minimize digital paperwork.
Kujo, now that you've mentioned inter-regulation, I will move to a slightly familiar territory, convergence. As technology is converging, how do you see regulations in the industry maybe in the next 5 years? Because as it is now, we have like 4 regulators all doing different things. But then we are now coming together, we are merging at a point. So from the legal point of view, how do you see regulations in the next 5 years?
Yeah, you see, there's one thing. Every country has its unique approach to technology. And so technology and solutions are not copy and paste across multiple jurisdictions. Now, when you come to convergence, I think that there is a need for us to now begin to formulate laws which deal with convergence, right, and technology neutral language. This is because you see that we have different regulators with different core functions. Now, so the Bank of Ghana has its core function. The NCA has its core function. Securities and Exchange has its core function. Cybersecurity has its core function. Data protection has its core function. You cannot collapse all these institutions and then just have one legislation which will take care of these things. So what we need to do, you see that NITA is the regulator of technology, right? So now NITA as the regulator of technology is the legal framework that would define the nature of convergence and spearhead that inter-regulatory conversation and cooperation that has to be. Now, when that happens, you see that it will flow over into design. It will flow over into interoperability across the government ecosystems. And then it would also help us in attaining the digitalization goal that we have.
Okay, so NITA, take your rightful place and define where you come in the various sectors that regulations are needed for technology. Thank you very much, Lawyer Kujo. I will encourage us to start putting down our questions as we move into the final rounds of discussion. So after that round, we'll invite questions and we'll take our breakout sessions. So the last and final round is streamlining licensing for ICT companies and services. The first is about competition. How can NITA design a licensing process that promotes innovation and fair competition? Mr. Musa, since this is going straight to the regulator, can you start the discussion, please?
Thank you very much. To achieve that, NITA cannot sit in its offices to churn out regulatory actions and tools. To be effective and efficient, first and foremost, the issues of the stakeholders are key to help in that regard. And stakeholders have the right information to ensure that your regulatory actions are achievable. We have had a number of experiences where stakeholders will say, oh, in this same environment, we are doing this, we are doing that. There are requirements of other regulators or other government institutions. NITA coming in to roll out this framework, wouldn't it be a problem and all those things? So these are considerations that NITA will have to look at in order to ensure that you are able to regulate the environment. Lawyer Kujo mentioned an important aspect, mentioned interoperability. And then that is whatever you require, if the existing environment also requires from the stakeholders to be effective, the regulator needs to collaborate, understand the existing structure, and then to roll out your this. And that is exactly what we are doing. Indeed, we are very good at this. NITA has developed a standard documents that seeks to ensure that there's interoperability in all what we do. Interoperability is not a matter of technology, talking to technology. Interoperability could go through the processes involved. Interoperability could go through the skills, the various skills that is needed to achieve your purpose, and then the technology comes in. So that is the way to go. Ensure that it cuts across and does not stifle efforts and innovation. So that is the approach NITA is using to achieve its regulatory actions and activities. Thank you.
Okay, so any comments from any additions? So we can,
Okay.
Emmanuel.
I think the streamlining process should be digitized. So that's me in Wa, Bolgatanga, or anywhere across the world should be able to access the process free and devoid of human interruptions. We are in Ghana, and the more you have human being interacting with processes, the more delays, the more the cutting of corners and other things will troop in. So if these things can be fully digitized, I start the process, I do payment, I do everything. I don't need to know anybody at NITA to place a call so that I am prioritized. And if the process can be regulated in such a way that it will be first come, first serve, the whole thing is skewed. And let me give you an example. Back in between 2013 to 2017, I was working with one of the FMCG companies. And there was an issue. People in the distribution room, somebody will be in Accra, will not get a product, but somebody from Kintampo will get a product. So the MD was like, how? Because the people were complaining. So of course, say, IT, what can you do? It's okay, let's introduce a key which is time-stamped. If the previous order has not been served, there's no way anyone before it can be served. And it cured that process. You have to know somebody and be calling somebody. So if the process is digitized, NITA is what? The key word is what? Technology. So let's implement the processes in a technology form. So that quickly, everybody, we know the timelines and everything is that. If we cut away the human intervention, I think the process can be streamlined, very fair process, and everybody can access it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawyer, do you have something you want to add? Okay, please go ahead.
Yes. One of the missing word that I want to bring in is procurement. I think that there's a need for us to look at our procurement law radically from the perspective of technology. Because the nature, the Procurement Act as it is largely based on a paper-based ecosystem. Now, a technology-based and a knowledge-based ecosystem requires some fine-tuning. Now, it also, for innovation, you see that we have startups. With technology, we have startups in the real sense. And some of these startups, they have the ability to do transformation along certain lines. So our procurement laws must also address procurement relating to startups, SMEs, in technology and the technology space. Then also, when you're talking about the quality of products, your quality of your EOI or your RFP will determine the junk or the quality you get. Now, technology is a certain skill which NITA has by way of being the regulator of technology and the national ICT implementing and monitoring body. I think that within the context of the procurement law, there must be a place where NITA would have to give certain types of confirmation and certifications in the development of EOIs, RFPs, and in the selection of vendors. Yes, we ought to also bring in technology to deal with some of these things, but then also we need to have a certain evaluation, monitoring and evaluation matrix, which has to be brought to also bear. And most importantly, in innovation, because you are using technology, by default, you find yourself stumbling across so many regulators at the same time. And you see that it is not for nothing that the US has been leading for a long time in terms of global innovation products, because there's a certain ecosystem which makes innovators comfortable and assured. We need to replicate that kind of system also in here, and that, I believe, would also help.
Okay, so the last and final question before we go to Q&A, since we've spoken about startups and innovations, I will start with the private sector practitioner. As a business, what kind of support would you require from NITA to meet the licensing requirements? Let's say you're a startup or an SME, what kind of support in terms of capacity building, documentation, templates, or processes? What kind of support do you think NITA, if NITA should give to you, will make it easier for you to comply or to license with NITA? Like, what do you need from NITA as a business, a small business, yeah?
Well, I had the legal department mention about LIs that will specify the details of, the law. Reading the law, the act straightforward makes no meaning to the business people. It's just writing and the lawyers understand. To read the business, it must be a clear-cut process. A, B, C, D. And we are easily able to comply with those ones. So yes, we will need the procedures, we will need the templates to make things easier so that the standards across board will be the same, so that I wouldn't be doing something different from what other organizations will be doing. Then also the platform for recognition. All right? So if the platform is there, like anybody who needs our services to know the right caliber of organization to be able to undertake certain types of, let's say, the provision of services. So if all these things are provided by NITA, it makes it easier for consumers to recognize the right platform, the right, people to consult and to deal with. It makes it easier. Just like, for example, the accounting, industry, the financial industry. You can know accounting no matter how much accounting you know. But if you are not chartered, you can't sign an audited account. So you can do all the works, you can know all the IT, but this is what NITA is saying, that if you want to deal with these are the people I can certify and make sure. And also to follow it up with the government institutions to ensure that if they are procuring the services, so for example, the public sector services, those who employ for the government, if they are employing IT people, what is the criteria? Is it just based on political affiliations, or you know somebody somewhere and they just rope you in, or you have met a criteria? So if you do it this way, then the private sector too, we are confident that, hey, we have a regulator who will lead us into getting the right things done, getting the right people at the right places, so that when we are dealing with them, we are also very confident about what we are dealing with.
Thank you. So, regulator, what kind of support are you willing to give to SMEs and startups to meet your licensing requirements?
The stakeholder here has mentioned exactly what we want to achieve. In my presentation, I mentioned of categorizing according to size, according to their various risk profiles. There's a reason for doing that because the stakeholders may not be of the same strength, and they may need certain assistance or support to be able to participate fully in that ecosystem. NITA is obliged to make things easy and clear for them. NITA is obliged to deal with stakeholders proportionate to their role they play, their security risk profile, and all other. So through these processes put in place, we believe we'll be able to address our stakeholders' needs according to the role we expect them to play in that sector. So that is what NITA is out to do. And we don't want to create monopolies. By itself, regulates an affront to our mandate if we sit by and these things happen. And we believe constant touch with our stakeholders. Some of these issues will be solved, and the outcome will be having an effective regulatory environment for all of us. Thank you.
Lawyer.
Okay, the first thing I'll say is, first and foremost, a person who needs help must be willing to help himself first. Good corporate governance principles is a first key. Many businesses, the statistics say that businesses are likely to fail in the first 5 years because they don't have staying power. But you see that a lot of the issue is good corporate governance principles. If you don't start with it and you think that when you grow, you will become it, it doesn't work that way. So now, no matter what NITA would do, if the SMEs don't start and build good corporate principles within themselves, they will always be complaining that NITA is not doing enough for them. So we must start from ourselves. Secondly, you also must use the industry fora in the ETA, because the industry fora in the ETA enables startups to also create their industry fora and then engage with NITA to also have a continuing conversation, because business and business growth is not static, especially in the technology space. Lastly, you see from the GIPC Act that the priority areas can be designated, and then certain benefits also given to it. I believe that the private sector and the SMEs and startups must also approach NITA and then also lobby together with NITA to try and have the GIPC pass the necessary legal framework, which would also give them the incentives that they need to grow. Because when you have good corporate governance and you have legal regime prescribed incentives, you have a better chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say there has been an interesting discussion. From the discussion, we have gathered some few keywords. First on my list is growth. If regulation is done properly in the ecosystem, there's going to be growth in the industry. We could build trust, and this could also be done through monitoring, and as well as establish some level of credibility for Ghanaian ICT businesses, and digitalization of processes to eliminate human intervention, to establish fairness in all processes, and then good governance to SMEs. For you to be in good standing, you need to have a good corporate governance. I think these are just some few takeaways for us. We'll go into our Q&A, after which we'll come round for the final word from each of our panelists. So, Kelly.
Thank you, Florence. Let's give them a round of applause for so far what they have done. I'm pretty sure we have loaded questions from every corner. I saw a hand first, so let me attend to him. You kindly tell us your name, the institution you are from, and then you shoot your question.
So my name is Alex Into. I work with EITBS. So my question is actually about governance. So how can NITA help the ICT industry or the players, stakeholders, to strengthen their governance? Are there any plans, or is just about accreditation when it comes to NITA?
Governance within the space.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists. I think you've done a very good job by explaining what we should do. My name is David Gou from the Institute of ICT Professionals, Ghana. I have two questions. One, most of the discussions focus on service providers, companies, organizations, but I did not hear much about professionals, because professionals are the ones that make up these service providers. And in Ghana, we have a lot of freelancers. Freelancers working for companies in Ghana, working for companies abroad, and they are just on their own, doing whatever they want to do. They are not regulated. There's no governance system. There's no accreditation. So how are we going to ensure that this new policy focuses on the professionals? 3 years ago, our organization, the Institute of ICT Professionals, and many other, I think 2 or 3 other professional bodies, help Cybersecurity Authority to develop the framework for accreditation of cybersecurity professionals and cybersecurity service providers and establishment. Why are you not copying similar structure to ensure that you have accreditation for the professionals, you have licenses for the service providers and establishment? Because there are establishments that are technology establishments that need to be regulated. My second one is, we are very good at formulating policies. I've seen our tech lawyer several times helping the policy formulation, but enforcement is a big challenge. Even the Cybersecurity Authority, they started the accreditation of the service providers and companies and the professionals, but enforcement is still almost non-existent. So how are you going to ensure that beyond all the talk, beyond all the policy formulation, will have proper enforcement? And do you have the capacity to enforce the things that you want us to subscribe to? If you say you are going to have service providers who are going to be licensed, do you have the capacity? You talk about it. If I am licensed and my other partner or company is not licensed, how do I renew my license the following year? So that is, then my last one is on public companies or public agencies, government agencies. Most of the time, it looks like when we have regulations, the government institutions, because they are government institutions, you can't shut them down. So they following the regulation becomes a challenge, and the private companies are the ones that are being pursued. Are you going to ensure that you will be able to regulate your own peers, from other government institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. You said 2. I saw 4 questions. 4 loaded questions.
Thank you. Yes, so he said 2. I observed more than 4 loaded ones, which included some of them that I wanted to ask. Okay, so my name is Joseph Ajay. I'm a founder of J-Prompt Services. We've been in business for 30 years in power solutions, solar, and automatic voltage regulation machines. I've heard of NITA. 30 years in business, you hear NITA from very far away. I think this forum is the right forum, and I want to commend you for this in the first place. The second one I would want to ask, when I received the invitation, I did a bit of a research. I had a number of questions that I was going to be asking. Interestingly, the presentation and the panel have actually answered all my questions. So that's a good job done by, yes. So the question then I would want to ask is, what is going to be your strategy? I've told you I'm in 30 years in business. We have data protection as a business. Data protection, cyber security, is it cyber, what do you call that? Authority, and then we are talking about NITA. So where do I go? Where do I fall? And I don't know if NITA is working with the others in order to say that, well, either you would want to do this or be under this regulator or under this regulator or under this regulator. I don't know where NITA comes in. I don't know if my question is a bit more clearer. Yes, so that's, yeah. So what's the collaboration that you have? Yes, between, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. J. I think we can answer these first batch of questions from Alex, David, and Mr. J. So who'd like to take the first bites?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll try to start with yours and then continue with yours and with the strategy. You see that we talked about interinstitutional cooperation and interregulatory cooperation because of the convergent nature of technology. I know for a fact that there is a legal framework, a legislative instrument, which is addressing the seating of NITA as a regulator for technology for harmonizing these type of situation. So that what happens is that whichever regulator you go to, back end, that harmonization in respect of your product is identified. So that what will happen is that you may go to your primary regulator because you see that this is your primary product. But then that primary product also has spin-offs. So there will be that legal framework which harmonizes that and doesn't make you keep filling 1,001 forms and then paying the same fee 1,001 times. So you're looking at ensuring that that is done. Now the legal framework is something which has been is far advanced, and I believe that as you engage with NITA, when is it coming, I think it will also help. Now the issue of professional skills, I think NITA has been dealing with this registration of professionals with technology at different levels. One of the things which would encourage people to do that registry, that registration, is when you segment the different categories that a person with different skills can operate in within the government ecosystem, right? So what would then happen will be that if you don't have those, you are not registered with NITA, or that is to say, when your registration with NITA affords NITA the opportunity to cross-check and validate your competence, because we know that we have fake doctors, we have fake lawyers, and we have fake everything, okay? So there is a need to also recognize, for the private sector to recognize that that aspect of NITA's adventure, for lack of a better word, is one which is for the good of the ecosystem and is for the good of that private sector. Then you see that we have different categories of, because you have startups, you have SMEs, you have mid, so that there's space in the bidding process and in the scoping of government ecosystem projects to enable the overgrown not to go and then stamp out the innovators. Then with corporate governance structures, I think that there's the need also, one, for us to use the industry fora effectively. And then also within the context of the industry fora, to bring in CSOs and encourage management companies, right, to also, as part of their corporate social responsibility, right, to also help develop corporate governance skills, not only for technology-based institutions, but for other institutions. Because you see, when you are providing solutions and you don't understand the business processes of the various sectors, right, you can provide solutions which are not very fit for purpose. So in one word, I think that I hope that these answers shed some light. But then going on, I think we all have to see that this stakeholder consultation process is just a first step. And the time frame is so compressed that sufficient details will not come out. But then let's go on to the NITA website. Because there's a lot of information on the NITA website. And then everybody must leave here determined that you are going to facilitate the forum, industry forum, thing to address the concerns also you have. And I think that will provide a certain continuity pillar between stakeholders and NITA.
Thank you very much. Mention of good IT governance is key, and it will tie into professionals. And then, indeed, the regulatory actions, we anchor it on good IT governance. Because when you look at it, it is the people who ensure that things are done right. So to start with, NITA has, even before this, has developed standard documents that will address how we govern or we manage IT in our various places. And those documents are the documents called Enterprise Architecture, Ghana Government's Enterprise Architecture. If you want to do anything IT, it provides you the various references, how you go about doing it. And NITA believes that if you use it to develop your IT environment, there's no way that you face any challenge in ensuring that IT provides you what you need. So in the absence of using this, NITA has mechanism to enforce it, especially in the public sector. And those are what are mentioned of the sectoral institutions, like the government institutions, if they fail to observe these requirements that NITA has churned out. Obviously, NITA must enforce, and NITA has a regime of enforcing those requirements to address issues of governance of IT. Indeed, it's a problem when you go to the public service and the public sector, right from the people doing the work, where you need to observe segregation of duties, where you need to observe processes of acquiring ICT, doing ICT procurement. All these things are challenges that NITA will churn out regulatory requirements and guidelines to be able to shape the IT environment, as well as the not talking about professionals. Indeed, we have already rolled out the certification processes, and we are deepening our conversation with the various professional bodies, IT professional bodies, to shape it. But as we speak, those efforts, registration efforts are being done, and we are rolling it out, and we'll do further engagement, and then the requirements and then guidelines will be can be found on our website. But the reason why we are meeting stakeholders is part of ensuring that we do it right, and that aspect is key for us. So get in touch with you and to help address those areas properly. And the enforcement, as I mentioned, is not only on private sector. If the requirements are that public institutions need to abide by, and they fail to do that, there is a way of enforcing it. And we have it as part of our tools to do that. And the capacity to do enforcement, we have it. Having it is not a matter of saying only the staff in the agency that are supposed to help in this. If there's the need to bring in other persons or capacity, we do it. And it's part of our enforcement procedures and regime. And the issue of where you mentioned of other regulatory activities with respect to cyber and data protection, where NITA comes in. NITA, we are the technology regulator, and you can't talk about technology regulation without talking about the challenges emanating from cyber and data privacy. We are in a unique position that all these aspects comes under us. And whatever actions we put in place to address those issues, NITA is mandated to put those actions to address issues of security, issues of privacy. So when we are regulating you, and we need, you need to provide us with certain information or report, we do it in such a way that it does not disturb the ecosystem. Rather, whatever requirement we need from you will rather enhance the ecosystem. And we are in constant collaboration with Cyber Authority and then data privacy. The requirement that we'll put in place will have something to do with the existing requirements. If it is a privacy requirement, you are obliged to observe that, because it is a law that mandates you to provide those information. If it is cyber security, the requirement is by law, you do that. So the technology regulator must also observe those requirements. That's what we do. But we do in such a way that we don't burden you, but work with you to ensure that we sanitize the environment. That's what we do. If there is any additional information or resources that we need, we collaborate with our various regulators in the cyber and privacy environment to fashion out a requirement that will help enhance the environment. That's what NITA would do, or NITA does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Sam Kwashi, and I work with the Ghana Health Service. So I want to make a comment on the governance and then also ask a question. So several years ago, I think 20 years back, when NITA was formed, what NITA did was to organize IT governance sessions for all the CEOs, the DGs, the top public sector institutions. It was a fantastic experience because they were exposed to the enterprise architecture, the things you don't do when it comes to enterprise IT. It was great because I also thereafter, my DG asked me to, it was then Professor Akosa, asked me to have about 15 minutes or 20 minutes lessons with him every morning when he came to work. So it was so easy to align, the use of technology with our business operations. Somewhere along the line, it collapsed. Okay, because, and within that system, we had a e-health, National E-Health Steering Committee, which was driven by NITA. So we could not buy a software without NITA stamping its authority on it. Internally, we had organizational context, e-health steering committees, and we had representation from the Ghana Telecom chambers. We had NITA. So, it was nice and tidy. What happened was that in the subsequent changes in government, this aspect of NITA's function got lost. Okay, so we got new ministers, new DGs, who were, I described them as digitally fearless. Okay, they can authorize procurement of software, or authorize procurement of devices that were not fit for purpose, and NITA was distant. So what I want to ask is, so what are NITA's plans moving forward? Because without a strong IT governance, nothing works in the institutions. The people wielding political power and authority can decide to move the IT function from, put it under security or put it somewhere else, and nobody questions it. At the board level, there is no expertise where, at the board levels, somebody questions the executive as to how technology is being leveraged in the decisions of the organization and the level of resources that are available for it, including, David spoke about IT professionals. Because IT professionals are very fluid. The highly skilled ones, they will just stay with you, and when they don't see light at the head of the tunnel, they will just walk away and everything comes to a standstill. Now, health sector has been designated as a critical information infrastructure, and it has very serious patient safety consequences. So if you haven't been admitted at a hospital, a smart hospital with all these IT infrastructure, you will not see the seriousness of the discussion that we are having over here. So what are the plans moving forward in terms of governance for all institutions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwashi. Maybe one more question. Yes. Any other? We can squeeze one in.
Thank you very much. My name is Jerome Gerardo. My question was actually what Mr. Kwashi asked, surveillance, innovation, and Lightwave. So the question I wanted to ask was, I think a few years ago, we had a Ghana Enterprise Architecture which was revised, and there was a stakeholder consultation meeting about a year ago where we planned to implement them at the MD and the MMDC's level. But it's over a year or two now. You don't see those discussions trickling to the various agencies. So we want to know what is actually the challenge. Because if we have bundles of standards and frameworks developed and they are on the shelves, and every agency is operating in silos, and if you have professionals who come for these meetings and they want to bring those discussions in their agencies on board, it's as though they are alien to the company's vision and mandate. So how do you deal with that? There's a gap between the implementation and then the theory. And then the second question I have is, in some jurisdictions, you have the regulators and the authorities giving you a common certification and accreditation document. So maybe I'm a private operator or a private agency or company, then I want an accreditation from government. You find out that, let's say UK, you have, let's say, IT agency in UK giving you a stamp or an accreditation. You don't see data protection, like what I saw a few days ago. Data Protection Authority is granting accreditation to people. You go through the exam or whatever, they grant you accreditation. CSA is doing the same. NITA is doing the same. So if I'm an operator in the space, I need to go to NITA to become a professional, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, go to a DPA, get accreditation, come to NITA. Before I become a full-blown person, I think that we should have a common platform where we can sync the agencies together. If NITA is giving you, it means you've also covered some level of work from CSA and DPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Any other question? That'll be the last. Okay. Who'll take the...
Yes, Mr. Kwashi, thank you so much for the good comments you have for NITA. Yeah, indeed, NITA has done a lot in the past. I mentioned of the documents that NITA developed as the enterprise architecture and then the interoperability framework. These are more or less the basic document that every IT person should always consult in the day-to-day activities in his area. We have updated those documents, and governance issues are key for us. NITA plan to enforce those documents, said that in the documents we have enforcement mechanism abiding by the document or not using the document carries with certain penalties. And we haven't started yet because our plans was to do further templating of the documents for piloting it in 7 or 6 ministries and institutions so that we will replicate it across. We haven't been able to do that. It was last year we did a training for MDAs, and we thought we could secure some funding to do that. So plans are on, at the moment, on our tables to roll out those plans. And we saw governance as a key challenge within our ecosystem, where the skill set as well as our processes need to be fine-tuned according to best practice. What pertains in MDA is not exactly what pertains in other MDAs, and we need to have some sort of coherence in how we do our processes, coherence in how we implement our IT solutions. These are the challenges we are facing, and we have recognized it, and even the players, the IT staff personnel, they are crying for NITA to intervene to streamline how they do their activities in their various ministry. And that is a concern that NITA is taking at the moment. And this meeting is also part of how to restore NITA's implementation of our programs or our guidelines. And the coming days, I think these are some of the things that you will see us putting some solutions to them. And then the issue of implementation, the EAE, yes, you were part of the training we had. And as I mentioned, we intend to do templating, and through that, we cannot implement it just at a go. It's a process. And once we matured in how to do things right, I think at the end of the day, we'll set the requirements, the guidelines there for MDAs to do. Indeed, the documents were developed with a federated mindset, said that the document itself would allow you in your corner to use it to develop your IT strategy. So aside that, we need to be in constant touch with them, to guide them, to help them, to train them, to do the right thing. And that's why we wanted to do the templating, to make it very easy for them. With respect to common certification or accreditation, by our primary act, we have a role to play. So fortunately for us, the digital environment, the ICT environment, these are the three areas that we work with, either cyber or the privacy or the technology. We have a common understanding among the regulators how to resolve issues of this nature. And that is so far what we are using. If you are applying for maybe cyber-related, within our environment, we will exempt you as long as it is only cyber you are doing. But if you are doing things beyond the cyber, that's where we come in. As well as privacy cuts across. In our requirement, we indicate a requirement on privacy, and that data protection comes in here. If there's a requirement of security specific, it's cyber authority that comes here. So how to regulate the environment effectively depends on how we collaborate to do that. And if you are providing services for all these three areas, we should have a way of having that common certification. And that is where NITA's certification processes will look at. There is we had planned to develop a common regulatory system. And this system will be able to harmonize how we do our work in this. I think if that is implemented, some of these issues will be resolved among ourselves and to enhance the environment for regulating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a hand up at the back. Good, that's the last question we'll be taking since our time is well overspent.
After asking, we'll fine you. So prepare your fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Gideon. I work with GIPC. He mentioned GIPC. I have 3 comments. It's not actually a question. So from the discussion, I see NITA as a regulator in 3 areas. So let's start with what the man said about cybersecurity, data protection. Where does NITA come in? I want to use my institution as example. So with GIPC, when we are registering an investor or a project, after going through the document, we can recommend what we call regulators that industry need to also comply in addition to us. So if it's petroleum, if it's water or whatever. So maybe NITA can look at that in registering any institution, going through the portfolio of the institution. You may require the institution to do additional authorization, and that's where the other subunits more may come, but then you become the umbrella to regulate all of them, and you can provide some exemption. So that is on the services side. On the government side, when my colleague mentioned you developing fantastic documents, but it's not being used, what I've realized in the government institution is that, for want of a better word, we are afraid of auditors. And so when IT auditors come and they are checking our documents and they mention, is it up to the NITA standards, for example? no one will tell us to come and look for you and get the documents and then implement. So I think you can partner with the audit service or the audit agency because of the resourcing involved to know what you require. Then as they go around doing the IT audit, enforce some of these KPIs to make sure that we all conform. And then the last one with the professionals. I think NITA has a great opportunity to work with institutions, especially the public universities, that offers ICT-based courses. Imagine going through an ICT program, and you need to do a short course to be NITA certified professional. And as you roll out, as part of your degree or whatever, you have NITA certificate or any other vocational institution you partner. So you realize that from the onset, you've sanitized the environment. So whoever comes in from abroad or wherever may be chasing you to get that certification in order to practice. So with this, gradually, you won't use all your resources by leveraging. Maybe we all get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the suggestion. So Florence, over to you.
Thank you very much. Panelists, any comments in relation to the questions that have been asked so far? I think Mr. Musa has answered most of them, but I'm sure you may have one or two takes. Emmanuel, do you have any take? Lawyer, do you have any take? You are okay. Okay, so to the final round of questions for the panelists, we are going to ask just 2 questions, and we'll all take a short as it is. What is in the future, let's say 5 years from now, what would you have us to be discussing if the same panel should be sitting here with the same audience? What differently would you love us to be discussing in 5 years from today? Emmanuel, can you please start?
Okay. In 5 years' time, I would want us to be here discussing about how we can be taxing Ghanaian professionals based in Ghana working and earning from outside the country. Because I believe that is one of the key areas where we can, engage our teaming youth. Okay? So they'll be here working from across the country. So we now are looking at how does the government of Ghana also get its quota from the taxes that they pay. So what I want to say is that NITA is the platform to help the Ghanaian ecosystem match boot for boot outside the country. All the other resources, we have them, but I don't think to our level we have been able to harness those ones. But with technology, wherever they are, and you see, fortunately for us, a lot of the African countries believes in whatever comes from Ghana. And of course, our people have also demonstrated competence. But how does NITA upgrade us to that level? So next 5 years, we'll be discussing about that one. Thank you.
Interesting.
5 years from now, I will look at IT governance. What has been the state of IT governance, especially in the public sector, with some metrics. Doing that, encapsulate everything that you want your digitalization process to give you. It leads in how governance of IT is practiced within your establishment. And they will know the various roles that stakeholders within that sector will play to ensure that IT achieve your strategic objectives.
Okay. Essentially, you like to assess the progress we would have made in 5 years from this discussion and see how the implementation has gone and the impact it has had on the economy as a whole. I think if I get you correctly. All right. So, lawyer, what would you be expecting us to be discussing in 5 years?
I would say technology is a ruthless thing. You see that you get it wrong, you die smart. Okay? So you see that in technology, no firm's product is assured. You get it wrong, and you finish. In the next 10 to 15 years, knowledge, what we know today, will be nothing compared to what knowledge will be doing. If in the next 5 years we don't get it right, we are all in trouble. The next 5 years, what I would expect us to be discussing here is how far we have penetrated in the African continental free trade zone with our digital products, our private sector's impact and influence, because that would show that we have a survival hope. Because if you look at where AI is and what it can do in the next 5-10 years, what we are seeing with AI today is nothing compared to its potential, right? If we don't position ourselves right, and I think that one of the things we should be doing is getting the AU to begin to adopt a certain African posture, because that will help us in accelerating our penetration of the African continental free trade.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Finally, in as much as you are panel members, I'm sure you'd have loved to ask questions, or you still do have questions for your mind. So I'll give you the opportunity to tell us the questions you were expecting to be asked that was not asked. One question each, so that maybe you could get your answer somewhere, or one of the panelists can still answer you. So, Emmanuel, can you please start with us? Which question were you expecting to be asked that was not asked today? They've asked all your questions. Okay, you've done a good job. Mr. Musa.
I also subscribe to that.
Oh. Lawyer, were you expecting a question to be asked that was not asked?
Yeah, that was not asked.
Yes.
Yes. I think it goes to deal with money.
Money?
Yes. You see, there's a lot of expectation of people concerning NITA. But I think that we also ought to also have a feel of the financial challenges that NITA experiences, which also acts as a drawback. I've been engaged with NITA over the years, and I think that NITA would be far ahead in its effectiveness if we were making funds available to NITA. And I would hope that everybody leaves here being an ambassador for funding NITA. And that...
Thank you very much, Lawyer Kujo. On this note, we've had a very interesting, informative, and educational interaction. Shall we give our panelists a round of applause? They will be available for questions and answers, individual interactions as we go along. Thank you very much for your time. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you. Please let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you, Lawyer Kujo. And thank you, Florence, for leading this discussion. I'm sure we are still following the conversation. And with all that has been talked about, we are going to go back to spread the word. And I'd like us to move straight into the next session. We are going to have a breakout session. So with the breakout session, we are going to break into various groups. Interestingly, we have 3 categories over here. So I think we'll just use this. Wherever participants are seated, we are going to remain there and have the conversation. While I explain, kindly scan this code to get the program outline. So the outline has the categories of the breakout session. Group A is going to be talking about certification. Group B is going to be talking about accreditation. And Group C is going to be talking about licensing. Again, this is a stakeholder consultation. We have questions for each of the groups in getting answers or getting conversations or getting a guideline as to how NITA can do the certification better, can do the licensing better, or can do the accreditation better. So I'm sure we've all scanned this. This group here is going to be the certification on my left. So this group here is certification. We'll have the conversation around certification. This group is going to be discussing the accreditation, and this group is going to be talking about licensing. So group A, certification, group B, accreditation, and then group C, licensing. Group C has a few number of people, but I don't believe in the large numbers. I'm more interested in impact. So I'm sure even though there are few, and with that being said, if you are very passionate about one of the groups, I would entreat that you join that particular group to contribute to your quota. I'll just run one question. So, for instance, in certification, what challenges do professionals face in obtaining ICT certifications in Ghana? And maybe accreditation, we have what are the current gaps that accreditation of ICT companies and service providers could solve. Then for licensing, we have what criteria should be used to issue or revoke licenses. So we'll use these questions. We have various notepads. Each group should kindly nominate one person who will be doing a short presentation on what was discussed in each group. And if you need anything, you kindly alert me. We should take about 20 minutes to have this discussion. It's not going to be anything, should I say,
So Group A, we did the certification, and we had 6 questions. Our first question was, what challenges do professionals face in obtaining ICT certifications in Ghana? We're able to come up with 3. The first being cost, generally cost, and the second being delay in application process due to bureaucracies. And then the third is infrastructure. We agree that having access to facilities can be challenging, and infrastructure like internet may not be available for people who need to access these facilities. Our second question was, how can NITA ensure that certification frameworks are globally recognized and locally relevant? As a team, we agree that collaboration with already existing recognized entities globally and partnership with them would project NITA, and aligning with global standards that will cut across various jurisdictions. So that answers the second question. And then the third, which is, what role should NITA play in certifying products and services? We agree that NITA should be the authority that is setting standards that guides or govern the development of various products and ICT services. And then NITA should be also the advisory body that guides or provide advisory services to developers or industry players for ICT products and services. Fourthly, should there be mandatory certification for certain ICT roles or sectors? Emphatically, yes. And we agree that every sector should have its own requirements and regulations. So cloud, mobile, there should be distinct tiering for the various roles and professionals and clear classifications for the various sectors. Our fifth and sixth questions seem to align. So we'll kind of answer them in one. So the fifth question is, how can we recognize the private sector and educational institutions to align with national certification standards? How can we encourage, the private sector and educational institutions to align with national certification standards? And then the sixth was, what incentives should support widespread adoption of NITA endorsed certification? And these two kind of align. So we agree that incentives should be some form of encouragement for the adoption of NITA's endorsed certifications, recognition by NITA for organizations that align or comply with NITA's mandate, and then there should be industry and academia mandatory collaborations to enforce the mandates that NITA expects from these professionals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's do better for her. Okay, you want to add something, right? Okay. So quickly add it, and then we continue.
So quickly add this one to it. So there was an icing on the cake. And the icing on the cake was, how should NITA position itself to be relevant, especially in terms of the certification? And the comments that were coming from the team was quite interesting. Can we have some of the comments coming from the team?
NITA to be empowered as an authority to bite.
Okay. Any other one that we had? I think there were some quite interesting. Okay, here we go. How does NITA position itself to be relevant in terms of the certification?
Okay, so there should be a lot of collaboration, and one of them that we talked about was, for instance, in the area of products and services. We know, for instance, that for all electronic products, the Ghana Standards Authority has the mandate to, validate them before they come into the country. NCA has a mandate with type approval, etc. So there should be that collaboration so that NITA becomes the organization that is setting the standards, so that NCA and then Ghana Standards Authority will be the ones looking out for, okay, these check boxes, have they been met by this product that is coming into our market, etc. Yes.
Okay. Then also, in addition, that NITA would set clear guidelines. For example, in terms of employment, when organizations are employing an IT or IT technology-related, services or personnel, what's the criteria that is needed? For example, employing a web developer, the criteria or the requirement will be different from a cloud architect. Then also NITA to enforce academia and industry collaboration. So for example, you can't be teaching cybersecurity without having anything. None of your lecturers are industry practitioners. They are not affiliated to, or they have no idea about what the cybersecurity authority is. No, so that collaboration must also be enforced so that every organization doing something that is technology related must have industry-related professional associated with the department to ensure the smooth running of these courses. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please, let's give certification a huge round of applause. Very interesting comments. So, MFR will take those contributions. My team will engage with you. I'll assign Wisdom to kindly take that. So, Wisdom, that's MFR. We will see her to collate that the conversation so that we can document it. Accreditation. Tracy. Okay, please, a round of applause to Tracy as she comes here to do her presentation. When we come to license.
I'm providing moral support.
Yeah, okay. So David is providing moral support.
Hi, everyone. So our group is dealing with accreditation. So the first question says that, what are the current gaps that accreditation of ICT companies and service providers could solve? And from our group discussions, the gaps that we think accreditation can solve is quality of service. We discussed that if the providers are accredited, they'll be forced to produce a form of quality service for the consumers of the services that they are rendering. Also, we said that there'll be a form of uniformity if the different providers of the services, for instance, if a company is providing the supply of hardware, we know that's the things that we expect from that provider. So we know there's a form of uniformity based on the kind of service that you are providing. Also, the gap that we think that accreditation can solve is governance. We realize that once you're accredited, you have to give feedback to your accreditation master, and then whatever information that you are giving, they'll be able to work on it. Whatever data that you are giving them, they'll be able to work on it and then make the necessary adjustments as and when. Also, another gap that we think that accreditation can solve is confidence in the confidence of those who want to engage in the services of the service providers. So we know that if you are going to engage the service of a provider, you know that once they are accredited, there's a certain confidence that you think that they're going to give you quality work. And finally, we know that once you're accredited, there are some standards that you have to attain, which is that your labor should be skilled. So this is another gap that we think that if the company is accredited, it will solve.
Yeah, so on that also we discussed the criteria. We also talked about not only the company, but also the professionals should be accredited as part of the requirement. It goes hand in hand, so you cannot accredit a company without ensuring that the professionals within that organization are also accredited.
Okay, so then we'll move to the second question, that what should be the key criteria for accrediting ICT companies and service providers? One of the, I think it's answered in our first presentation, is that the labor should be accredited, they should be skilled, they should belong to a body that NITA identifies that is a professional body. Another thing that should be a criteria is the fact that the body should have a regime where they can report when they think that there's delays in any area in terms of licensing. There should be a regime that actually appreciates their concerns and then their complaints, so that it gives a form of respect for those who belong to the organization. Then also, another criteria we mentioned is the fact that there should be regulatory compliance, that whoever is affiliated to NITA or has accreditation from NITA, there's a certain standard that you also adhere to.
Yeah, and we had a bit of back and forth conversation about the capacity of NITA, carrying out all these activities and what support you require. Our lawyer said that we should apply common sense. So common sense application is very important. Well, one of the things we are concerned that we are able to write very good policy documents, but when it comes to implementation, we struggle. And we want to be sure that this time we will put in some mechanisms to ensure that the implementation actually happens and then the compliance also happens. So how do we work with NITA to ensure that we are able to implement these things well? And then data collection, analysis of the data, looking at the gaps and following up is very important. And one of the proposal also is to look at the data that is collected by Ghana Statistical Service, how we can use that data to cross-reference and also build on that. So data is very, very important, from the registration of the companies as IT companies to the accreditation. That data that is collected, how that data is being processed and monitored is very, very important.
So the third question says that how can NITA verify and maintain the quality of accredited institutions over time? Here, one of the main points that we discussed is that registration should be simple. If registration is simple, because David, I have mentioned instances where from the cybersecurity organization, the people themselves are willing to register, but then there's delays and it's like a lot of bureaucracy. People are like, when you register, it takes a long time for you to get your certification.
The application, I want to say
Tier 2, almost 2 years now with CSA.
You see? So it's a major problem. So sometimes we make the accreditation process too cumbersome, and for yourselves, you are not even able to process them because you collect too many data or too much data, and you are not able to make meaning out of the data to be able to actually accredit people.
So another suggestion or discussion that the team had was the fact that we can also employ engaging with industry bodies or professional bodies in instances where we think that they can also help to serve as a check to ensure that whatever company is accredited. Then also collecting feedback from the consumers of the service that the provider is providing. So if the company has consumers who engage them, send anonymous tips or anything like that, to engage them so that they give honest opinions, knowing that whatever feedback they are giving, NITA is going to also take it from there. David, do you have anything? David?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. So on the fourth question, should accreditation be tiered? The group...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we believe it should be tiered. So I don't know whether bronze, silver, and gold is the appropriate one, but it should be tiered. Bronze, silver, and gold looks like awards. But it should be tiered, yeah.
Would you want to add why? Why?
Yeah, because companies have different capacity and capabilities, and also different domains. So definitely the tier system is important. Yeah, risk profiles are different as well.
All right, thank you, David. So the fifth question is, how can we balance flexibility and rigor in the accreditation process to encourage innovation?
So we raised that already. You know, the accreditation process need to be seamless. We need to find best practices that ensures that you're able to collect the data, process it, and if it becomes seamless, people will be willing to do it. But if it becomes cumbersome, like my friend, waiting for 2 years to get his, these are people who are volunteering themselves. So they are not people who are being forced to do it. So that needs to be improved. And we also talk about benchmarking. Are there some best practices somewhere that we can adopt to ensure that the implementation is done properly?
Okay, so on the benchmarks, the team discussed that we have to be practical as much as possible. We don't necessarily have to look at international. We can start from what we think best works for us. Then we can look at international. We have to be sensible and listen to the grievance of those around us. Then we can look at international. So let's start what best fits here. Then we can look
sometimes
at
we think that getting international consultants will help us, and we are not able to actually get the solutions from within ourselves. And then they bring in all these standards that don't fit in. Then it becomes difficult for us to implement. So make use of your local talent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David and Tracy. And that was a very interesting one. So I mean, for some of the things that you already discussed, if you remember in Mr. Musa's presentation, we touched on TS. Some of the things NITA has already started doing them, but we are trying to engage stakeholders for us to align with what we are doing. And some of the questions being answered by you, I mean, we are excited that we are on the same path. So thank you very much, Team Accreditation. And last but not the least, Shadrach and Isaac, right? Okay, so please let's give it up for them as they come up here.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
So this is Shadrach.
I'm
And
Ike.
this is Isaac.
So my colleague will read the question,
Yes.
then I will do the presentation of what we've done.
So, taking our questions. 5 minutes, okay. So Group C, licensing, and then to start with, the first question is, what criteria should be used to issue or revoke licenses?
Yeah, we looked at dealership. What we are trying to say is that you need to expect that you have been authorized to bring those materials to this country. That's what we call the dealership authorization. So when we expect your document to find out that whether you have been authorized to bring those materials into this country, then we can go ahead to issue the license. Quite apart from that, we also look at statutory document. We inspect it, whether you meet all the statutory document. When you meet it or you have it, we'll go ahead to give you the license.
Okay, then we'll look at how the license will be revoked.
Yeah. That one, we will look at 2 areas. The non-compliance. Your license will be revoked automatically if you fail to comply with the laid down rules and regulations. Your license will be revoked. Quite apart from that, when there's a persistent violation of consumer rights or consumer protection, because you can't operate in a regime that you don't respect the right of your consumers or the right of the customers. And for that matter, if you observe that you have persistently violated the right of the consumers, you will revoke your license. And quite apart from that, we need to also make sure that you have not been declared insolvent. If your business or your organization has been declared insolvent, automatically you don't qualify to also operate as an ICT institution. For that matter, your license will be revoked. So we will liaise with the financial institutions that are in charge of insolvency and bankruptcy. If you realize that you have been declared insolvent, obviously your license will also be revoked.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, which states which is how can NITA design a licensing process that promotes innovation and fair competition?
Okay, what we have decided to do is that you need to check your audited reports, meaning everything is intact. And apart from that, we're also going to do training. We're going to educate the prayers for them to know that, okay, this is the requirement, because most of them, they might not even know what is being expected of them. And what we do that, it will be tantamount to violation of the rules of the games. So we also do a persistent training for the players to know that this is what is expected of them. Then we will also make sure that whatever we do is market relevant. Not that you are there, then we are saying, come and do that, come and do this. We are going to make sure that whatever you do is market relevant. And we're going to train you, coach you to suit into what is in the market, or what is pertained in the ICT sector.
Okay, so we move on quickly. How do we ensure that licensed companies remain compliant with evolving standards?
Yeah, we are also going to, what we need to do is to offer capacity building for the players in the sector. Quite apart from that, we're also going to nest with the mother associations, because all these dealers, all these ICT professionals and ICT institutions, they have the mother association or mother organization. So we are going to liaise with them to find out their needs, and also to tilt a training that will provide their needs, that will deal with their needs. So we are going to link up with these mother associations in order to ensure that their needs are also be provided. Because one of the issues that ICT professionals normally raise is what offer can NITA also give to them. And that's what it is important that we also liaise or network with the mother associations so that we'll be able to know their needs and offer a proper opportunity for them. So we also build a capacity, we also offer a capacity building, training and other educative opportunity to these institutions and these professionals so that they'll be to align with what is expected of them as an ICT professionals or as an ICT organizations.
Oh, okay, so to add up to that, just real quick, to set up a regular reporting and self-auditing requirements. So we have regular auditing system where we have them reporting on a regular basis. So we can track in case you default, then you are not compliant. All right, so what support example capacity building, documentation, templates do startups and SMEs need to meet licensing requirements? That's the last question.
Yeah. So we also, like we said, we are going to also do capacity building for the ICT professionals and also to ensure that they conform with the laws and the regulations in the sector. As I said earlier also, we are going to also liaise with the ICT organizations and mother organizations to make sure that they also come on board for them to know what is expected of them.
All right, sure. So lastly, to add up to the last one, we also mentioned we are also looking at having a front desk, that's a support system, where during the registration process, they can be supported by NITA, actually. Yes, but we are using we because, so we can be supported during the process in case you lack support somewhere. You can be supported. We were using education system, for example. You try applying for a school somewhere and you stopped somewhere. You realize someone calls you like, do you need support? Can I assist you to complete your registration and all that? We need that in this system so that it will help others who get lost along the way during the process. And also there should be templates like for privacy policies so that we can use that to set up our privacy policies. We don't need to struggle setting up a privacy policy for our organizations and all that. So there should be that provided by NITA also, and training as well for organizations and then the players as well. Yeah. All right. So
thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shadrach and Isaac. Please, let's give them a round of applause. So, Isaac, please collate with Shadrach so we can have that. Caesar would work with Tracy, and Wisdom would work with MFA. So, Wisdom, please raise your hand so MFA can see you, and then yes. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. I think the first group, when they were talking about certifications, where I think a gentleman mentioned that imagine you go to an organization, how do they even employ IT professionals, which is a key thing. But the main challenge I see is not the criteria. Most government agencies don't even have a career progression when it comes to IT profession. They don't have it. So I'm employed, because I work with Ghana Health Service before, I know. You are employed because you have a degree. That is all. Till you go to pension, there is nothing. So imagine I do, let's say I'm a network engineer. I start with the first degree. I go and do CCNA. I go and do CCNP. And the salary you are paying me is 2,500. How do I even renew my license? So the problem is not the criteria for employing, which is also good, but there is no career progression. Actually, for most organizations in Ghana, when it comes to IT professionals, so NITA, in doing their work to enhancing that we bring up professionals, we should also look at what they go through in their organizations. So if a private person is paying me 10,000 cedis as a database, let's say database administrator, and let's say MWage is paying me 3,000, I would prefer to go on the professional course and go to the private sector. That's all.
All right, thank you very much for that contribution. And like I mentioned, the conversation goes on and on and on. So I'd like to once again mention that our email for further contributions and suggestions, regulatory at nita.gov.gh, regulatory at nita.gov.gh. You can send in your submissions. Maybe after here, there's something that you want to add on. And also, I want to entreat that everybody here has registered. If you haven't, kindly do so, because we will be engaging you further. All documents that was shown here will be shared for others to go back to do their various reports to their organizations. And I think that's it for now. So I'd like to kindly invite Mr. Solomon Richardson to give the closing remarks. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. Let's do better, please. Yes, he's standing between now and lunch.
Then we are not going for lunch now. Good afternoon to you all. I think we'd like to thank you very much for your time with us today. It's been a very interesting conversation, from the legal person's presentation about the kind of review that is going on in the sector, to Musa's presentation that gave all of us a breakdown of how the regulatory regime is going to be like. Then I think my favorite session was the panel discussion. It was quite engaging, and then I think the responses that came from the panelists was very insightful. Then the breakdown session, wherever I was sitting, I was looking at everybody, and I saw how everybody was participating, and I think this is the vibrancy that we need in the ICT sector. This also pushes us as NITA to be doing more of this. I think the industry needs more of this, these kind of engagement. The numbers today could have been better. I think we the organizers, we can do better. We will try and do better. So we say from here, the feedback that we've gotten, we'll plow it back into whatever that we are doing to make the frameworks that we have even better. I'm sure we will get back to you. We'll put documents out there. We'll put information out there for you to know each stage where we are. From now till the end of the year till next year, I think you'll be hearing more from NITA. To the point I'm going to say, Charlie, more you too much, until we hear that. But I think that if you look at what NITA is planning from next year, when it comes to regulation, it's more of engagement. It's supposed to be more of engagement. So for the engagement aspect, we're going to reach out more we're going to reach out in forums like this. We're going to reach out through your various organizations and associations. We'll partner the associations, we'll partner the organizations. If we hear that your association is doing some activity, we will slot a session in there for your grouping. And these are the things that we'll be doing to make sure that we reach out more. So thank you for your partnership. Work with us to have a vibrant ICT regulator to enable the ICT market for all of us our good. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson. So as you can see projected, there's going to be an ICT week from 25th to 29th of August. You are all invited. We would also send the invitation through your emails that you provided. All right, so I think we started with a prayer. Okay. Okay. Sure. So we would remind you often and engage you more. Thank you. All right, so yes, a quick survey. Oh yes, please follow us on these various social media platforms. We are available on Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and LinkedIn. I also believe we have a survey that we would like you to kindly help us to plan better next time. I know when it comes to surveys, most of us don't like to fail, but that is why this survey is very straightforward, okay? So you scan this, you only choose answers, and we have only 2 areas that talk about notes. So quick notes, just put them in there. Quick comments, kindly do that. You can also just take a picture of the code and then fill later, but I'll then treat you to kindly fill it now. It's just tap, and then you are done. I'd like to call on Mr. Wisdom to kindly give us the closing prayer. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Wisdom to say the closing prayer for us, and then we are done.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Shall we be upstanding, please? So, our mighty and everlasting Father, we thank you for this event. We thank you for bringing this event to a successful end. We pray that everything that we've discussed in this meeting is going to be fruitful. We pray that you give us the grace and the intellect to be able to implement it so that it will be good for our institutions, our businesses, and the country as a whole. And as we leave here, we pray that you take us home safely and then wake us up tomorrow safely. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please ensure you have a chit for your lunch and